Josie's, can you switch the main menu music to Resolve? Second game for is it not already? Joseph Anderson. Thank you. Why am I being pinged? What's going on? Ah, fuck. Like that? Why does this say new game? You didn't continue. Oh, no, I just hit the wrong button. Okay, fair enough. Sorry. Links out. Windows set up. I already drank my coffee, so I have a Coke. First couple sips are gonna taste bad because I can still taste coffee in my mouth. Ugh. 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 Joe's gonna be so surprised when it's revealed the cloak figure working with Brock is a lot of art. The crime scene photographer extraordinaire, time traveler, lot of heart. Do. Joe, they have sweet tea flavored Sprite up there. It's kind of the taste of summer for me. If they do, I haven't seen it. I'm off tea. Last 2 or 3 times that I had a cup of tea. Sorry, I should clarify. I'm talking about orange pico tea, like a Tetley. The last 3 times I had that tea, it made my stomach feel weird, and I felt kind of nauseous. So I don't know. I'm done. I've been drinking lemon tea though. I really like a lemon tea. Maybe it was a bad patch of tea. Let me hit the button so we get some music. 24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant Sandy Chamber. And we're waiting because we're calling 2 spells. Are we calling Scythe as well? Hell yeah. Sherlock's on the screen. They arrest you in Britain for that. Isn't it true that London was the first place in Europe that was big on coffee? The British are known for their tea, but apparently they were pioneers in coffee too. London was big on that. And then it turned into some weird kind of patriotic thing about tea instead of coffee. Traitors. Biggest Brit ever born. I'm barely British. I've only lived 10 or 11 years of my life in the UK, and the first 4 or 5 years of your life don't really count, right? So really, it's only maybe when you're 4 or 5 that counts. So all told, I lived in the UK consciously only 7 years. They were important years though, very formative years. I spent most of my teens in the UK. Couldn't sleep well these past few days because it's so hot. I don't know how you do how you do this often. I'll probably die like 20 years early or something like that from the sleep issue. Yeah, like no joke. I had so many dreams last night. So many dreams. I had so many dreams last night that honestly, I know this is gonna sound like sci-fi fantasy bullshit. I honestly feel like it's been a week since I streamed. That's how many, like, it really feels like. I don't know how to explain this, like, to some people who have never experienced it, but I very often, like 9 times out of 10 when I go to bed, I don't get a break in consciousness. I'm conscious the whole time, because when I go to sleep, I'm immediately in a REM sleep, I'm immediately in a dream, and then I'm in like hallucination land, right? And then the hallucinations stop, and then I wake up, and it's like I felt the passage of time pretty much the whole entire time, right? So it's like, and sometimes the dreams, like, just like, I don't know how the brain works. How does the brain do time dilation? Like, how can I be asleep for 8 hours, but it feels like I was asleep for fucking like 70 hours? Like, how do I have 70 hours of dream experience in only 8 hours of time? I don't get it. I'm completely opposite. Sleep is a black hole to me. Don't remember dreams. Yeah, like, and I miss that. What's weird is that REM sleep is meant to be what your brain needs, like, to get the function of sleep, but I don't feel rested unless I have like oblivion, like black hole sleep, which happens, like, I don't know, maybe like once every 2 months for me. Like, I don't get it. My dreams are extremely vivid. Does that happen to you? Oh yeah, very very vivid dreams. Yeah, even like I think everything except for smell. I think smell is the rarest thing that I experienced in my dream, if I experienced it all, or if it's just I think that I did. I see my dreams, I hear my dreams, I feel my dreams. I don't really smell or taste my dreams. How do I know you're playing this game? It's my favorite. It's been pretty good, actually. Yeah, we streamed the first part last month or the month before, I can't remember. So we're in the second part already. Some people say you can't read in dreams. I can read in my dreams too. Yeah, yeah. It's a myth that you can't read in your dream. I think just REM is supposed to fuck you up, isn't it? What do you mean? If you only get REM sleep? That's my sleep disorder. I only get REM sleep. That's the defining symptom of narcolepsy, my sleep disorder, is instantly entering REM sleep. Most of the time, it takes about 60 to 90 minutes for you to go through a full sleep cycle, and you kind of drift into REM sleep. Whereas the narcoleptic brain can enter REM sleep when they're awake, even. But like, yeah, instantly going into REM sleep. How they test for it is they see if you enter REM sleep when you take a 20-minute nap. Do 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 do. But yeah, it feels like a week has passed since yesterday. It's crazy. So this is actually showing you need both REM sleep and non-REM sleep to feel rested. Both are necessary. People who experience almost exclusively REM sleep show as much fatigue as those who get no REM sleep. I wonder if REM sleep is what... There's still so much about this we don't understand. I think that REM sleep is probably what your brain needs to kind of like, you know, defragment all of your memories and like really ingrain understanding of the day. But I think like non-REM sleep is what the body needs in order to get rest and repair and stuff like that. And yeah, it's frustrating. What does REM sleep look like when awake? Is like a projection across the scene in front of you, or is it more like a sleep paralysis thing? It's hallucinating. Yeah. When I say awake, it's not like, well, some narcoleptics experience that. So some people do hallucinate very often. But when it comes to me, I will enter REM sleep like when I'm about to fall asleep, but I'm not asleep yet, and then I will start having hallucinations. I will start hallucinating in hearing things and seeing things. It doesn't happen to me that much anymore because I have set up all these weird like safeguards to this because it scares the shit out of me. But like it used to happen a lot to me. Yeah, like almost every single night I would have I would have those hypnagogic hallucinations. Hypnagogic. I can't remember what the word is. Does that mean that when you just lay down and you still get some rest, like sleep like rest, you just replenish your non-REM sleep? It could be, yeah. I think there is some benefit to just laying down in bed. Like you can get some rest without actually falling asleep. I think, yeah. Do you sleepwalk? Yes. And I sleep talk too. Sleep talk, sleepwalk. Do you sleep stream? We haven't done Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 yet, have we? Do you have trouble separating the hallucinations and reality? Something I struggle with? No. I used to when I was younger, and I used to think that the things I was seeing were real. But since I've been diagnosed, no. I can tell. Well, okay, hold on. Sorry. How could I know? Like maybe none of you are real. Maybe I'm sitting in a room right now, just talking into a wall, and then there's people through the glass being like, "Oh, he thinks he's streaming again." Let me wave at the wall and scare the shit out of them. I think I could tell the difference. Yeah, I think. The Joe. Do you have those pre-sleep half dreams when you used to have extremely long and coherent trains of thought you immediately forget about, so you don't having? Yes. Yep. That happens to me often. Yeah. Yeah. Big time. Yeah. Almost every single night, actually. Yeah. Very, very strange experience. It's like I'm having a conversation with myself, and then I realize that I'm talking nonsense. But at the time, it feels really, really important and really like profound. Really like. This is worthy of attention in the time, and then I kind of snap out of it and I'm like, what are we doing? Like, I have no idea what we're doing right now. Yeah. I think I've gone into that mode maybe once or twice on stream, and that's when I've cut the stream. I've been like, I have to go. Like the time in Baldur's Gate 3, it's like, yeah, I just fell asleep and the thoughts are becoming weird. We have to go, right? That combined with the intrusive thought of like, hey, that word that you shouldn't say on stream, don't say that word, don't say that word, don't say that word, with falling asleep with the incoherent train of thought, it's just like no. we're done. We need to go. The one story about the guy who saw a fucked up lamp one day and then woke up from an alternate life in a 20-year coma freaks me out. That's almost certainly a writing exercise. That's not true. Going on and telling lies on message boards is one of the favorite things, pastimes of writers. Because if you can get anyone to believe you, it means that you're onto something. That said, after saying that this person's a liar, I have experienced something similar to that, but it was nowhere near as long. It was a period of weeks that I was in a dream. It was before I had kids, and I had a dream that I had a daughter, like I had a kid, and I experienced like weeks of being a father in a dream that I was locked in for a while, and I did experience like in a strange way some amount of mourning when I woke up. I was like, I was upset for like more than a few days, like being like what the fuck like is going on right now. And I've spoken about this before. The most fucked up anything has ever happened to me is being stuck in multiple layers of dream loops. Which is that I wake up from a dream into another dream, and I'm sure that I'm awake, and it turns out that I'm not awake, I'm still in a dream, and then to the point that I would go out and talk to someone about the dream, that I was stuck in a dream loop, and then I would say, like, wouldn't it be funny if I was still stuck in the dream loop, and then I would try to wake up, and I would wake up again, and then I would go and talk to them, and I would say, and then they would say, wouldn't it be funny if you were still stuck in the dream, and then wake up again. I can't remember how many I was on. I think 4 or 5. There have been a couple times in my life where I've said to myself, I wonder if I'm sleeping right now. I'll try to wake myself up, and I have. Not very often. It doesn't happen that much anymore. Again, I've developed all these safeguards. But yeah, that's really, really profoundly fucked up. Like, yeah, really messed me up for a while. Did you wake up? I hope so. Can we read a funny Reddit post from your subreddit instead of the bad one and read the future stream means one? Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I didn't read it all. Yeah, we can read that one. Is there anyone on the subreddit that is a mod there, or the subreddit owner that is still active in the community? Because I feel like that is I feel like whoever set it up is gone. But if they're still watching the streams, I would like to hear from you. Bum 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 bum. Flashbang warning. Gonna be the whole screen's gonna go white in 3, 2, 1. I am from the future. Here are the future stream memes. Hello everyone, I am from the future. Also a huge Joseph Anderson fan. Posting here because I figured you guys would want to know the funny stream memes and moments that are gonna come up in the next few years. If you don't want to be spoiled, don't read ahead. On August 25th, 2026, Joe is starting Control Resonant, and the word resonating is said in a voice line by Dylan when he gets near a checkpoint so often that it becomes a stream meme for whenever a bonfire-like checkpoint is found. In November 2026, when Joe is streaming GTA 6, he starts every stream, except the first, from outside of a strip club, and never mentions it. When anyone asks about it in later streams, other people in chat reply to them with the force command. On December 17, 2026, while Joe is playing Telltale's Game of Thrones, he reads an offhand joke from Boulder about George R. R. Martin. Only a few minutes later, it's reported that George R. R. Martin passed away. It becomes canon that Boulder killed George R. R. Martin. On January 15th, 2027, Joe will stream the marble race. Eric wins, and Joe starts another Monocoin fund to do a second race. Immediately, 6 different people try and buy a Steins Gate marble, and Joe negotiates down to 3. Oh shit. On March 15th, 2027, 2 Fit dies. Rip to a real one. On October 27, 2027, Joe streams Mario Odyssey as a joke to protest no new 3D Mario game in 10 years. Joe says a few things that are maliciously clipped out of context, and it becomes such a big deal online that a few Nintendo grifters start posting YouTube thumbnails with Joms in them. Making fake Chom thumbnails is now a Jan Art staple. That sounds awesome, actually. On January 20th, 2027, wait, are we jumping around the timeline? What do we do? Joe is playing Final Fantasy VII Remake and comments on how Cloud is hot in the scene where he gets dressed up. For some reason, this instance of Joe acting a little bi becomes a sticking point in the community, and everyone starts asking him if a character is hotter than Cloud. What he thirsts over someone? On September 6, 2028, Joe gets 1,000 subs from a viewer who says they have recently become incredibly wealthy, saying they're willing to pay him the $1 million to read Steins Gate. He is incredibly flustered, thanks them profusely for the subs, but doesn't believe them. The chair donates another 1,000 gifted, and Joe is stunned into gibberish for a few seconds. Jed say a 2028 Best Noise winner, but ends up refusing vehemently. The viewer gifts another 1,000, says they'll just do it through subs if he says no. Joe is more uncomfortable than anyone has ever seen, and ends stream telling them to get in contact with him on Discord. Next stream, he says he politely refused the money. Damn. Elon can't make me read Steins Gate. On December 11th, 2028, Joe starts that December special stream series. Unbeknownst to everyone, Joe starts up Steins Gate. He reveals he did take the money to finally move out of Moncton. He does not disclose where he lives besides not fucking Moncton. The community makes a joke about lying where Joe lives in increasing elaborate, ever-changing ways in order to respect Joe's privacy whenever the topic comes up. Aw, base community. During Jedsea 2029, Joe shadow drops Nostril. My god, the Nostril fucking callback? Holy shit! A real adaptation of the stream joke into the killing game story he's wanted to write. Half of the community kind of knows already because all the artists and other community members contributing. Yeah. On May 6, 2031, Joe starts fire out of 3 houses. What a punchline. What a punchline. This is good. Well done. Well done, Jeff. I can't believe the nostril callback. Holy shit. Nostril is a joke that we started talking about during AI Somnium about our own semicolon game about smelling crime. Oh my god. The Nostradamus machine. This is fake. He's never starting 3 houses. The fact that all these bullshit scenarios and their own possibilities makes this community scary. It's really, almost all of them are plausible actually, except for the $1 million for Steins Gate. But like, yeah, holy shit. Big +2 each stream of GTA Circle is a very funny bit. Huh, that one we can make happen. Jomzadamus, Nostradamus. The 1,000 subs, 1 million, Steins Gate, not fucking month and crap me up. Good job, Peak. But I do hope he at least does the strip club bit. Bro built the microwave time machine for this. Dan Anderson, take notes. What do you mean 2-Fit dies? What's going on there? Does she also get on the boat? No one mourns? Because she rises again after 3 days, of course. Image, can we click on this? Is it safe? Oh no, we're gonna start a cult. Oh no, 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 no. This is a banger. Good job, chatter. Ah, petrifyingly plausible post. No one mourns. Soseki-san, 2-Fit-san. You could make a religion out of this. That's a fucking banger YouTube video. Is that the best YouTube video of all time? I think it might be. It's a contender. History of the world, history of everything. I can't remember what it's called. I think that might be the best YouTube video of all time. Did the Zoomers watch it too? Top 3 without fail? Oh yeah, it's in the top 3. I don't know what would beat it, but I think it might be the best one. Link, you've almost certainly seen it. Kids slapping the head on Death Time to Marry music. Oh, that one's great too. That one's great too. Holy shit. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This video, we won't watch all obviously, but this video.
Hi, you're on a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat.
Yeah, this is probably, wow, 183 million views. That seems low to me, actually. This is probably the best YouTube video ever made. I think it is. Like, I can't think of a better YouTube video than this one. Never saw it. You should watch it. It's really, really good. But a contender is is this 6-second video. Whoops, sorry one, sorry. It's between these two, okay? I don't know. They're both really good. It's hard to know which one's better. Shit. Fuck. What about the stuttering kid? The one you could do you so much you would do anything. That one's pretty good. Man, old YouTube was just fun. What happened to YouTube? What happened? Do you know Too Many Cooks is the only video that's custom font and title color? Is it really? Too Many Cooks is scary to me. Surrealist kind of horror can get me for sure. That's the most effective type of horror on me. Is when it feels like the whole world is going crazy. Absolutely, 100%. Too Many Cooks is scary to me. Catchy song? Oh, it's very catchy, yeah. That's the whole point. Some might even say it's too catchy. Horrifically catchy. Have you not heard any Bill Wurst music? He has 500 songs. He makes music? I didn't know that. Sorry. I only know from that video and one other one, I think. History of Japan, I think, was the other one. I barely use YouTube anymore. Hey, Mark. Oh, what do you do then? Twitch or just not on the internet as much? I use YouTube mostly for music nowadays. I'll just have some music going on in the background, and that's just my music tab. And sometimes a podcast. Like I've been listening to the Rest of Science podcast quite a bit. Checking in, you're still a piece of garbage. Thank you. I should have a podcast and a safe. I should have a safe and a podcast. I need a skull. I need a skull. Yeah, I need a skull. Yep. So I should ask this when Deltarune is fully done when you play. Yes, we've streamed chapter 1, and we had one of the biggest chat fights we've ever had at the end of chapter 1. So I think when we stream Deltarune, we're gonna have chat down the whole entire time, and then we'll be done. But if it's super long, I don't know if we can manage to do that. Like how can you beat all the chapter? Can you beat a chapter a day or no? Or some of them longer? Pretend that chat on while you have it off. I usually do that. You should still talk out loud, right? I think I did a decent job of talking aloud when we were streaming Golden Idol without chat, but I don't think I did a really good job with it without our wilds. I can't remember how Undertale went. People really liked the Undertale stream, so I guess it was fine, but maybe it was just because I was experiencing Undertale blind. I'm not sure. Anyway, let me see if you need some people, and then we'll start reading this. Why aren't you guessing on podcasts? Or people want to invite you? I've only ever had a couple formal invites to go on podcasts, unless I'm not checking messages that are coming in for that. I don't know. I'm not really comfortable doing that sort of thing. There are some I do want to go on to. Oh, I didn't get back to Lurf. Fuck. Oh, sorry. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really. I don't think I'm a good guest. Maybe? I don't know. Can you go on Hot Ones? I think if I went on Hot Ones, I would die. Because I wouldn't back down from just going all the way, and I don't think I can tank the hottest sauces. But I would still eat them. So I think I would die. You won't die, but you would never recover. I think I would die. Chicken wings are gross. What? Chicken wings? Okay. Gross chicken wings are some of the worst food on the planet. I will agree with you there. But a really good chicken wing is amazing. Like, and usually they're pretty good. But like some, like pizza place that is dabbling in selling chicken wings, those can be vile. Like just not cooked properly, mostly batter if they've been battered. Like a bad chicken wing is terrible. Doop, doop, doop. Thank you, Master Bushido Brown for the new sub while the stream is down. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eseft, for the 17 months. 33 minutes ago. We've already been live for half an hour. That's great. Thank you for the dancing jobs. Thank you, Achrist, for 23 months. Hey, Joe, I haven't watched a single of the Great Ace Attorney stream because I never watched the original ones. Can you please summarize the entire plot of these games up to and including this one so I can watch them with proper context? Thanks. Nope. Japanese student in Japan gets framed for murder, decides to represent himself in court because his friend is training to become a lawyer, realizes that he's naturally gifted lawyer, then ends up going to the UK in order to learn how to be a lawyer, and shenanigans ensue. There you go. That's all you need to know. Everything else we do is just it's just a vibe. Don't take it seriously. And everyone is gay. Yeah, everyone is gay for no reason. Everyone's gay. Thank you, Jay Duffield, for 21 months. Joe, help. Pantheon 5 Charmless might be too much for me. Not because I'm incapable of beating any of the bosses, challenging as they may be, but because it's tedious and not fun sometimes, especially when having to start all the way from the beginning. Flying Nosk really is the worst boss. Hope you're well, by the way. Thank you for the well wishes, Jay Duffield. Yeah, the Charmless one is the worst one because it makes the game less fun. Yeah, just don't do it. I think I beat Pantheon 5 with all the charms individually, but not with them combined. I cannot kill the collector with all 4 bindings on. I can't do it. Like maybe if I locked in and tried for more than an hour, maybe I could do it, but like I can't do it right now. It's just really, really boring. But yeah, just don't do it. You don't have to do it. I guess it's bothering you that maybe that's the last one that you have left, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, it sucks. It's just not fun, yeah. I wonder what they're gonna do with Silk Song, with that sort of thing, with the bindings. Thank you, Lucy Goosey, awesome name for the 5 months. Loving the new Yaoi and Yuri emotes, very thematic, and for the Great Ace Attorney and Pride Month. Thank you, Errol, with Smile, Yuri, and the you have those two facing each other for the Yaoi too. Accidental Yaoi stuff. Thank you, Hero, for the bits. I've been reading Catch 22 bit by bit because of you, and so far I'm having the vibe. Everyone is crazy here. Thank God I'm the only normal person here from the book. Yeah, Yusarian is also crazy. Yeah. The realization that Yusarian is just as crazy as everyone else is not that big of a deal as I think it is when you watch Arrested Development and you realize that Michael is just as crazy as everyone in the family. That's one of my favorite realizations in television, is when it clicks and you're like, oh, he's not the only normal one. he belongs in this family. That's a great moment. But Yusarian in Catch 22, it's more subtle, I think, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, he's pretty crazy, yeah. Thank you, Wibble, for the 5 months with the dance. Do jamming, we're jamming. Thank you, Stemphilium vesicarium magic spell. Thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shahuri Who. Doctor Who. Thank you, Shahuri Who, also for the new sub. 2 new subs about 20 minutes ago. Thank you very much. Not sure what I did to deserve. Thank you. Thank you, VZ Legend, for the 18 months too with a heart. Thank you, Mark326 for gifting us up to Madbake. Fan artist and game dev Madbake. Thank you very much, Mark326. Thank you, Arrow, for the 12 months with 1 year sub anniversary yet. I don't think it's been a year. Curious, I don't know why this keeps popping up as an option, but thanks, Henry, for Prez anyway. Oh, it came from Henry. It's an Henry sub. Have you seen Dracula Flow? I've seen bits of Dracula Flow, yeah, and I've also heard it during Wizapon meme, right? That's from Dracula Flow. I haven't seen all of it though. Kind of crazy. Goes a little hard actually. And last on my list for now is Dibblemunt with some bits. Turn me over, Ryu. Hold on, let me read it first. Turn me over, Ryu. The payoff will be huge. I'm wax figure shlomzy wubba lubba dub. Oh, fucking hell, it's a Rick and Morty bit. Holy shit. All right. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so when we last left our zeros, we were in the intermission while Lord Van Zieks goes and get 2 spells to the stand. Maybe Scythe, I can't remember. We proposed that Scythe worked with God, what's his name? Drebber, in order to kill or obfuscate the murder that happens with Assman. I don't know if Scythe is coming to the stand or not, but it seems like that's the direction that the story is going. We also found out that the story, this murder trial, has a lot more going on than just like someone like it's not an encapsulated like bottle episode of the trial. It is building into the larger narrative that's going on with it's involving the person who killed Van Ziek's older brother. It's involved with something to do with the Hound of the Baskerville, which is like a dog that was killing people that the professor had, maybe, I don't know, which is linked to the collar that we found earlier. So just lots and lots and lots of things that emerged. It's not just a straightforward trial. And I think that's it. Is the sound okay, or does it need to be turned up, or does it need to be turned down? I accidentally messed with the sound settings when we were watching YouTube, so I might have to fix it. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Edge. Retained, but courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. That is a weird way to say that you were in Germany while this happened, but okay. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ha 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 ha! As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. She just keeps saying it. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow, except for us. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set, and yet you're the one who is, you know, the culprit. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone, with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. 2 spells? Oh. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay Stevens. Good day to you. The court scythe? Scythe of the court? Huh. Okay. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Ah. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe, and I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Why can't we summon you as a witness, though? Lord Strongheart? Falco, the Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. A pout. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. Too fit? I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Oh, you just came here just for that? She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I don't know if I just like him more, or if they got better at writing him as the games went on. I feel like he's a lot more entertaining than he was in the first game. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Huh. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. I don't. Good. I should make myself scarce then. Like dum-dum rounds. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Sir Shomes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. It's the third chapter. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Okay, it's a little loud for me, but I can turn down on my end. Are we all still good for sound? Yes, my lord, the defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. I was watching part of my Shadow of the Year Tree critique video back today for no reason at all, and it's amazing. Now I'm on a different headset. I cannot hear the music in the background, whereas when I was on my old headset, the music to me was, if anything, almost too loud. Why does that happen so much? What am I supposed to do? Like, do I calibrate it for one that's more about isolation, or one that I can hear it with like open speakers or whatever? It's fucking annoying. Why is audio so hard? I wonder if there's like a standard headset that I could get and be like, this is representative of what most people have. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Uh-oh. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks. my lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Get her in. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. There's some games I record where one was hitting -30 in OBS, another -12, but some of them -30 was much lower. I want to check the video. Oh yeah, it's here on stream too. Like sometimes, like we're at -30 and it's like not even getting to the yellow part of the audio indicator, and chat is telling me it's way too loud. I'm like, what? And other times, like it's hitting yellow almost to red. And then people are telling me it's still too quiet. You could turn up a little bit more. It feels like that metric means fucking nothing. It's so strange. I don't get audio. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Go on? What? Oh. Is that Sherlock? State your name and occupation for the court, please. I hope she's not in on it. She's hot. No. If guilty, why hot? No. She needs to continue doing her waxwork and becomes a recurring character that we can go visit every case for no reason at all. What come on. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan. But how does she know what the professor looks like? That's really sus. And the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. It was 10 years ago, right? How old is she? She's 26, wasn't she? 26? So it was 10 years ago, so she was 16 when it happened. Probably wasn't doing the business then, so maybe she said it ran in the family, right? So it's probably her mother, maybe? Or her grandmother? Oh, he finally gets a statue, does he? Now are the two of them in the world? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? Is she hotter than Cloud? Alright, this is what we're doing, huh? Yes. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Wax-napped? Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. Meanwhile, the prosecutor's stance is that teleportation actually occurred. Who knows who's right? This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Assman. But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. Personages? I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Whoa. Key holder to spells? Like, let's go. Let's open it up then. This is absurd. Bardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. Clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. But why? Was he like a secret prince or something? Why would it be a national secret? There's no possible way the repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Whoa! Quel dommage? Omelette du? It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspels principles? What principles? With fucking magic? The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. The what? A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. The accent, it is drifting. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. I like her so much, I don't care she's French. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generation. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Persona? Did you see the news? They actually changed the Baileys. None of the fucking voice cast is coming back for Persona fucking 4. Fucking bullshit. What's the point then? They changed the Baileys. God damn it. Rip, hello, this is Yukiko. Waffles, you want to go grocery shopping with me? I think that's probably going to be an improvement, but Laura Bailey not doing Risei, just the character's destroyed. Japanese cast is the same. God damn it. Wait, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. It's becoming worse, more the racist. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I should. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. Création. Oh no, it's French Dutch. Le order. With pleasure. The Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Two Spells' family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head of the cemetery just before the interment. Oh, so would this have been... I just learned about this, I think on a podcast again, something about how bodies didn't have rights, so it actually was in this weird questionable gray area that stealing a body wasn't actually illegal, but stealing the clothes was. Would be disturbing a grave still had to be somewhat illegal at some point, or who fucking knows. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Really? Yeah, like corpses were robbed for people to perform experiments on them. And as long as they didn't take the clothes, they left the clothes behind, but they could take the bodies. No one could own a corpse. The whole thing about like owning corpses and remains is actually kind of complicated and cool. But like I can't imagine that if anyone ever like if a policeman ever found someone robbing a grave and they come over and like, what are you doing? Like I can't imagine the robber being like, well, hold on, I'm only taking the body, I'm not taking the clothes. You can't get me, copper. And the policeman's like, well, he knows the law, can't do it. Like there must have been some sort of like, you know, digging it up is illegal or whatever. Like it has to be. Anyway, the gravedigger, the man sanctioned this. Ooh. I will do that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. I thought grave robbing was still illegal. Well, that's the thing is that because no one could own a corpse, there's no property that's actually being robbed. So robbing the clothes or anything that was buried with the corpse, that's rob. I guess disturbing the coffin would be maybe a problem. maybe like it would be vandalism of the grounds, but because like there was this legal area that corpses have no one can own it, but also there's no rights around them, they're technically legally not stealing anything. But that, yeah, I don't think that would actually I don't actually think that would fly. Yeah. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Basically, back then, corpses like were in the same area that AI creations are now when it comes to copyright. So, you can't copyright something that AI makes, and you can't own anyone who's dead. So, it's the same thing. It just loops back around. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Oui? Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly book. What do you mean you've seen it? Okay, so he's had the mask on the whole entire time when he's on exhibit, even though it is real underneath it. Okay. You didn't think to question it? Okay. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. The 10-year-old article has been entered in the court record. Newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave in the night of execution. Okay, well, what does Drebber have to say about it? Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. I want to say gravel, and then my mind wants to pronounce it to gavel, and I'm like, man rises from the gavel is actually a pretty fucking goes hard of a title, right? Because he was sentenced to death. Man rises from the gavel. The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? Why? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Okay, what's going on? Why would the person that you hired in order to do this, who's in the exhibit, go and steal that one of all of them in order to use in another crime afterwards? I really hope it's not just because then they can make a connection to this and like, so the stories overlap. There must be a reason. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. What do you mean? What? To what? What do you want me to say? This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Syed, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Syed and Drebber were in on this crime together. The Professor Waxwork. Oh, there's so much evidence this time. Rises from the grave. Did you just have a copy of this? Number 139, number 140. Assman. Huh? Assman, this is an artist's rendition, right? So Assman drew the picture? At Logate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of the Foul Demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. Wait, what? When the fuck did that happen? The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Mad sheep rampage, unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Locals reported a most remarkable circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with sudden fright and leapt from Fields and Pens. Not even Charles Darwin to receive a Copley Medal. This year's recipient of the Royal Society's most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contributions and researches in the fields of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Mr. Darwin joins the ranks of such monumental figures as a bunch of bullshit. The great stink. Parliament is finally to address the foul issue. After a great many years, Parliament has, at long last, resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries on the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. A great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert. Ooh, okay, that's good. I like a sewer system. Was the Bal Mask to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. Wow, the Queen actually doing something? This is actually fiction for sure. The theatre has been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson. Oh, I'm an Henry now. I'm Henry Anderson. And there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his Bal Mask there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing this city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. Krakatoa eruption, fucking rip. I like it when you can read the side stories in newspaper articles and stuff like that. Okay. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. That's why you charge extra to see it. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Okay, so I'm guessing that the report was falsified, and he was meant to leave. He was meant to get away with it. But then either Van Zieks or the Japanese friend that Van Zieks had was there with a gun and shot him, and Van Zieks knows about some of the stuff that went on, or the Japanese friend is left because of this or whatever, was doing him a favor. It's all some misunderstanding. Because there has to be some resolution where Van Zieks is like, I was wrong to be racist. Or maybe not. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows. Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. Well, the person you sent there can corroborate it, can't they? They were there. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story? That's just a theory. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, are you stupid? I based the exhibit on the newspaper article. Keep up. Yes, try to keep up, my Nipponese friend. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. Yeah, there we go. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? No? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle, when something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. That's so. I see people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? Well, not yet. 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I'm confused. Sorry. I thought she sent Drebber to do that for her, and that's how she knows it. Okay, so it was she already had it, so the Drebber thing is irrelevant or not connected to that. Okay. Sorry. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear the condemned man suffered the intended fate. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. So, well, hold on. So it was a state national security secret, but you were still able to get to. This is why I thought like that she sent Drebber afterwards, because how was she able to access the execution then? Was it semi-private? Was it public? Did everyone have to swear secrecy? Did she sneak in? Like what happens? Usually hangings are like public in order to like show like, hey, the criminal was executed. She did it at the graveyard? Just before it was interred. Okay, so she didn't witness the yeah, I misunderstood this. Okay, so she didn't witness the hanging. Where was the hanging taking place then? How did she get access to this then? Bribing, maybe? So there's three separate events going on here. More than that, obviously, but the three separate events that I want to talk about now is, number one, he was executed. She wasn't there for the execution. We don't know where that happened. Secondly, after the execution, the body was taken to the cemetery, or he was executed near the cemetery. I don't know where the fuck it happened, but it doesn't matter. He was executed nearby or somewhere else, but it's separate events. Then he was taken to the cemetery. When he was taken to the cemetery, Tuspels was there in order to get an impression of the corpse before he was buried. And then third event, which is what Tuspels based it on from the newspaper, but is separate, was that Drebber went there for some reason in order to go to the cemetery to dig up the corpse. But that wasn't for Tuspels to get the impression. That was a separate event. Okay, so there's three. Okay, all right, good. I'm glad we cleared that up. All right, because I was confused. Is that true of every waxwork in the museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? Love letters. When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça. No. Comme ci, comme ça. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. Wax is pretty hard. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor, Le Professeur, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold. for the head of cemetery before the interment. Okay, yeah. So this is why I'm confused. Gravedigger in my mind went to the image that we saw of Drebber like with the shovel going to dig the grave. That's a separate. That's grave robbing, not grave digging. Okay. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is a part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. Oh, man. All right, sorry, I had to burp. Hopefully the microphone was muted. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? Oh, okay. So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui. Exactamente. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Wait, what? Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. A wriggly mortis? Encyclopedia Possum, I choose you! It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to the relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts within the jaw. Does it really? I didn't know that. It starts in the jaw? Why would it start in the jaw of all places? Huh. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open. It is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information. The court's just heard from Madame Two Spells. It's always significant. Why even give me the information about rigor mortis that you just said you shared with us? Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant. You see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Ventix picks up the bottle. A toast to my learned friend's Nipponese assistant for the great pun. Picks up the bottle, throws it behind. The tense air has surely been shattered. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien, sir. Whatever. Thank you, Scone Gamerson, for the bits. I showed my friend your Death Stranding Princess Beach clip, and we had a good laugh over it. And then after we played a space game, and in the game there was a hull breach, and he immediately said, "Wow, this is just like Mario and Princess Breach." That's a good friend. That's you keep that friend. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it all starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui. C'est ça. C'est ça. C'est ça. Siesta. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. Visible? Visibly? The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Oh. How specific? Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. I remember it well. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Le catastrophe? Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. Highly illegal, but you know what? It's lit, and I really enjoyed it when I visited. Not guilty. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yeah, sure. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. That was just another way of saying that's so true. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? Huh? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Is it interred or interred? It's interred, isn't it?
Interred.
What?
Interred.
Interred.
Quaras.
Aww. Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then? What, do you think I am made of the money? Look at the money bags over here with his visiting fucking student stipend. I had already paid the grave digger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day. How is this important? Which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. For that would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So, that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, you must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, I have no idea what the fuck to do. Uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting, by the way. Or anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, so it has to be one of the ones that we added. Especially Exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the Ruben Schroeder Society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly to the corpse in accordance with Susie's family principles. Enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head of the cemetery just for interment. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay, so if it's, how is it you say it took you a very, very long time, but you still did it in 30 minutes? Is there, see, I don't have context. Maybe she said that and I didn't process it because I'm reading out loud and I can't process anything that I read out loud. Is how long does it take to get an impression? Like 10 minutes? Is 30 minutes actually a long time? Like, I have no idea. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, and then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. I guess half an hour is a long time. Like it's for what she did. Okay, is there something to do with the autopsy that says when he was killed? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Okay, so there was something about 3 hours, right? Okay, I think that is it, but I don't know which one to put it on, so let's just save it real quick. Like, that was 4 hours, and she said rigor mortis 3 hours, so something about the jaw? Yeah, I think it's this one, because it's before the onset of rigor mortis.
Objection.
Madame Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Okay, so was it that Courtney is lying about when the execution happens? Or is she lying that the execution happened at all and this was a different body that was put there? One that was killed less time ago. Or is Two Spells lying about this? QOE? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Qua. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. Oui. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, Lissamari, this report is wrong. Or she's wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? That I don't like this. The professor died that night, without question. Yeah, he did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? I don't know. I just know there's a contradiction. Why are we... It's almost impossible to leave it, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and the one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Do you? Because I don't. Can you present it for us, Ryu? Counsel, present the evidence at once. Also, this is me, the voice of the streamer. This is my real voice. Yes, please present it without me having to do it. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the press execution. I don't fucking know. The newspaper? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Redacted. I don't know. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Okay. Is it the paper that he got shot and it was something else? I actually don't know. I really don't know. I'm saving it. Okay, let's metagame. Can't be that, 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 can't be... Wait, hold on, can it be this? Yeah, can't be that. Can't be that, can't be that. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Camera? Oh, there's blood on the thing. Ooh. Wait, is this the real camera that was there? Okay, she hasn't spoken about that yet, so it can't be that. That is a step ahead. She hasn't mentioned that Drebber, that it actually is the real camera from the scene that Drebber used that night or whatever the fight. It can't be that. In fact, that might be a completely unrelated thing with the blood from this murder. The camera was taken when he took the other thing then. Okay. The heads. The autopsy, death by hanging. I think it has to be this that we're saying he was shot.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Okay, I feel like this hasn't answered what they said. Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection.
Oh, Judge. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. Oh, do we? What? What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? What do you mean? Why do we have to go? Why do we have to do this?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. Qua. The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. No way, what is a fucking meme now? In fucking 6 months, resonating is a meme. Just get with the times. And that young man is Albert is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order. Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Madame Tuspels doesn't know. Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame, to your situation as well, in fact. What situation? Wait, so you recreated Drebber in your wax museum from the artist rendition of the scene to that level of accuracy? Wow. The theft of the Professor Waxwork from museum some days ago was perpetuated by the very same man. No, but what that would mean? Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber. Oui? Yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past. What? Quoi? Oh my. Good gracious, quoi? Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, yes, of course. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. Yeah, we know, you said. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article. Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. Oh shit, I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt waxwork of the man, did you? Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the wax. £5? That's half a hot air balloon ride. What the fuck? And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night, but the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. Okay, see, I'm annoyed. Okay, so here's the problem with Ace Attorney, is that it's meant to be kind of like a laissez-faire with all the shit, and it's meant to be like just roll with it. It's meant to be wacky, whatever. But when they start to like think of like reality and it doesn't match, like who? There's no way anyone from the ground looking up at the fucking the framework falling from the hot air balloon is even gonna have time to process that. Oh wait, hold on, that wasn't really an ass man. That was a wax model with a fucking mask on. Like, they're just gonna see a figure in it and it's gonna fall. Like this is stupid. Ostensibly is another bang word. It is. Yeah, I really like that word. Yeah, it's like interred. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? And then, like, Van Ziek said that yesterday, too. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had, in fact, contained not the body of Mr. Assman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sy would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to the document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. Oh, is it trying to send a message and he just knew that Scythe would be the one to investigate? Is she the only coroner in London? Surely not. But the mask was on it. How could she have realized the mask? Was the mask not on it? Did he also take the key and put the mask back on again, or what? Arrgh. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Uh-oh. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Uh-oh. She told us so herself, didn't she? Chat, this is a flashback. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? Falco, the Pandora's box you were warned about, is a professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get the information out of me. Okay, so I guess what happens here then? It's just like a mistrial, or no one goes to prison? Someone's gotta go to prison. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. Prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Oh, you're gonna be in trouble. Aren't you like Lord Strongheart's like pet prosecutor? How's this gonna go down? But with Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice office.
Objection.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. Do you? Do you? In other words, Sumari, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. And I don't have to do the French voice anymore. Thank dog. Order, order, order. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend her on Her Majesty's orders. Wait, the Queen's here? All right then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out of the closet. Oh, they're just here. Shit. Oh, no, she's still fucking there. God damn it. Almost 2 hours time for it. Yeah, it's almost 2 hours. I need to pee, and I also want to get a drink. I might make a tea. Should I make a lemon tea? I don't know. We'll see. If I can boil the kettle inside, maybe I'll make a lemon tea. Thought you liked her. I love her. I just don't like doing her voice. Voices are hard. Don't you know this about me? Like, it kills me every single time. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, and I have a tea steeping, so in about 5 minutes or so, I'll go and get it. It's okay if it goes on a bit longer, though. It's going to be too hot for me to drink for a while, and the lemon tea can't really get too strong. Excuse me. Shit, just lost all my windows. God damn it. Bonjour, Joe. Bonjour to you too. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. Oh god, there are 2 Yusuke's on the stand. Fuck. This is the worst thing that could happen. Fuck. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, except for every other trial before this, except for the first one, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Uh-oh. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Those remains remain to be seen too. Is that so? Uh-oh. According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Tsk, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Drebber, you plunker. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, testimony, let's go, chop chop. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely, he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Menthar in the court. What an interesting twist. Wait, who's talking? You or... When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. This is close to the voice I used to use when the kids were babies to get them to talk. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. The cube, and I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. Uh-oh. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, of course. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait, what? Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is... Alright, when are you gonna say that it was the real camera for the exhibit? Not worth the paper it's printed on? No, I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Me when I lie? If the details are in the article aren't true, then I'm gonna be very upset, because I like it when things are true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Saib have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, are you lying? You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? No. That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Yeah, there we go. So for this is a gray area that taking the corpses is fine, but not the things that they have, which it can't actually be true. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the repurposers. The what? That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir? Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. How the fuck did they find out? It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave my university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Wait, why didn't he say ass man? Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. Oh, wish I could read. At once, my lord. Is he hotter than Sephiroth? Oh no, not even close. What the fuck? Do people think Drebber's hot? Really? Not my type. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Cool. I agree it's a cool design. I just don't think he's hot. Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. Actually, Menzies, it's a shovel, but who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You mean shovel? You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. Okay, let me go get my tea. Be right back, 1 second. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed their poor behavior. Did he do the keeps talking as he leaves the room bit? The keeps talking as he leaves the room bit is my favorite. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Bum, bum, bum. Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. Okay, so what do you claim you're seeing now then? So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. What? Most of the accounts turned out to be very true. Started out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to stoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all though. How could you know? What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. So what I'm claiming now is that I saw is a ghost. Okay, prove it wasn't a ghost defendant. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. Absurd, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. Frank saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Kazuma coughing or across the other side? Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. She also took my camera, that young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely, I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. It is me, Two Spells, speaking through the robotics that I have installed in myself. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Here we go. Here we go. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. Yeah, makes sense. But I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Two Spells way. Just like it's the Joe way to get the accents right. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him into the Tollgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Details of the camera have been updated in the court record. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. No, you're model wax. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Execrably. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. 1 second, tea time. Ooh, it's good. That's good. It came out well. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Psy's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Psy are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. And that, well, I can think of a really good reason why she would want to continue to cooperate, Big Mac. It's that, like, what she did is like a huge crime. She has to go down with the ship no matter what. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Proof he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed. Dude. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly. So I'm guessing it's the blood on the camera, but that doesn't really prove that he saw the corpse. It just corroborates the story about the gunshot and everything, right? Okay, I'm gonna guess it's camera on that one. Let's see. From whom would the blood come if not the corpse? It could have been blood from another source, you know? Like he carried the camera a while, right? He had the camera a while, right? Maybe he cut himself when he was using it one day. Like, who knows?
Objection.
Nope, it's not this one. Sure, you're saying about that last 7 minutes used to be odd, doesn't it? Okay. Should have read them more carefully. Let's just reload, actually. I thought that was the one that was that it was about the evidence. Reason I was looking at some of spot of moonlight, should we say? Yes, the illustration was based on what was that night. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. So afterwards, it was visited by a young man who was following a model for wax. Then gave him a dream of scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait, it's not the trophy, is it?
Objection.
No? Okay. Do 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 do. Reason I was in Logan Cemetery at all 10 years ago is spotted moonlight choice. Okay, it doesn't seem like that one is a problem. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. Okay. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who was colored a model for me from wax. I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What? What do you want from me then? Like the camera thing update? Do I have to look at the camera again? Mr. Her, what is it? On the bell is just here. There seem to be very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not thinking. Ha ha ha. No, it's not that. Okay, so... It has to be the camera. It has to be the camera, because the camera just got updated. It has to be the camera. Okay. The reason I was in Logan Cemetery at all 10 years ago was just what I'm willing, shall we say. Yes, the illustration on the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. We also never actually saw the professor. Okay, we tried that one, didn't work. So afterwards, I was just writing a moment to sculpt the model for me from wax. Then gave up on the dreaming disorder. It was all because of that newspaper article. Did we press the newspaper article on this instead of the trophy? It's got to be the camera though. Hold on. Why would the newspaper article? Oh, because the dean found out. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's try the camera on this one. No. Okay. Is there like a secret interaction here that I have to talk to them again? Okay, I really do think it's. I'm just gonna present the camera to every single thing and let's see how it goes.
Objection.
Nope. Okay, so we did the first three now, didn't we? We did this one. We did this one. All right, so let's do this one.
Objection.
Nope. It's not the camera. The camera updated. Okay, so we're ahead of it then. So we're not talking about how you did witness the blood or whatever like that. Okay, I have no idea what to do here then.
Objection.
We didn't do 2, I think. I thought I just did 2 a couple times ago. Did I hit the wrong one by accident? Because it was the third statement or the second statement that looked like it has the most of the camera. Did I make a mistake? I think I've done them all at this point.
Objection.
Yeah, I did them all. All right, it's not the camera then. That really surprises me. Okay, so what is it then? Something in the newspaper article is wrong. It's not the contents of the newspaper article that you need to talk about, right? It's this little blurb here. Newspaper regarding can tell the eyewitness the legend of resurrection, the presser of his grave on the night of execution. I feel like this is going to be important, but maybe not now. Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Wow, I really thought it was camera on 3. I also thought it was camera on 3, but apparently we're both ahead of the story, what it needs to do. Okay, so the reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago is to spot a moonlight, shall we say. It's definitely not that one. Yes, the illustration in is it? Yes, the illustration newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Okay, so why is he in the picture then? Soon afterwards, he was visited by a young one who was sculpted Model 3 from wax. Then he gave up on a dream to become a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Okay, so it's got to be 2 or 3, I think. It's not the camera. And it wasn't the trophy on 5. Let's try it. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on the night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalists that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. No, Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial. How did 2 spells get it off then, or did she take an imprint of a mask? Wait, what? What's going? Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's. Why? Who is this person? But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. It just looks like a skull to me. I can now that they pointed it out, I can kind of see like the little I don't know what they would be called. These like bolts up here, but it looked like a ghoulish kind of skull rendition of like a zombie coming back from the dead, right? Like, yeah. Okay, what is 2 spells gonna say about this then? So, Mr. Drebber, as you just heard, ugh, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, he wouldn't be rotting yet. It's an artist rendition though. It's meant to be eye-catching. It's not a photograph. It's meant to be like I'm like eye-catching, like look, it's a zombie, ghoulish, whatever the fuck, right? It's inconceivable the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Ah. Order. Well, Mr. Drebber. Uh-oh. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I had seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses, and I realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Wait, what?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say, where the fuck was yours then? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that this sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. A sexton from the old. Oh, this is AI. An official of the church or congregation charged with the care and maintenance of its buildings, grounds, and adjacent cemeteries. Duties often include ringing bells, digging graves, and preparing for church services, and also shooting people when they come back from the dead. Okay. That's right here. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well, holy shit, we own the judge. I could only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. An embellishment? As I explained earlier, most of what the papers published about those events was fabricated nonsense. The journalists had a great time fashioning it into a horrifying ghost story. So now you're saying there was no gunshot. That's right, yes, I'm afraid so. Ugh. I mistakenly thought I'd seen a corpse coming back to life and then fled the scene. That's really all that happened.
Hold it!
I just like having to go all the way through this again to get the interjection.
Strange.
Wish we could just jump to it.
Excuse me.
Doesn't take too long though. Madame Two Spells. Don't take it on to Mr. Sholmes. Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now? If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Oh. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grr. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. How is this continuing after he just threatened someone in the courtroom? Judge, what are we doing? Sorry, I was asleep. Okay, cool, let's continue. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebbe told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. I can't do angry robot voice. That will do. Mr. Drebber, what the fuck? Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom, but I will permit witnesses threatening other witnesses with violence without saying a fucking word. I'm a judge. Here's my gavel. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Thank you, ACOG Muffin. Ooh, a cog muffin for the 5 months. Hey Joe, catching on the VODs from the start of this case. I've completed these games already, just enjoyed the playthrough, and got to the part about the intent to harm. My 2 cents are just that the point about the convo is that Albert was so caught up in his hypothesis, he forgot someone died, not any intent versus law thing. Do you think so? To me, it felt like he was saying that maybe he was just having a pity party, and he was kind of saying that it doesn't matter what happens if your actions, indirect or purposeful or not, result in harming someone, you should feel some responsibility about it, which is not the worst thing in the world. Like, if I accidentally hurt someone I didn't really do it, I would still feel bad, right? I would still want to make that right, even though I technically didn't do anything wrong, legally, ethically, morally, or otherwise, right? I would still feel bad. But like, it wasn't really a harebrained that we were talking about at that point. It's that, you know, it launched into a chat conversation. Thank you, Zordox, for the bits. Playing Wikipedia gotcha and just got a local road I've driven on hundreds of times. Let's go. That's very unlikely. Wow. Have you played the Game of Chance idle game? Don't actually. It's not worth it. Thank you, Acer Sasha, for the 56 months also 2 minutes ago. Thank you very much, Acer Sasha. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering of blood. Okay, so now we're doing the camera. Okay. Yet Madame Two Spells has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Tell me, Madame Two Spells. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Alos, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. Good shot. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. And that it was super gross. Blood everywhere. I hate it. So not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. Probably the most realistic interaction between the witnesses in the whole entire series, apart from the threatening and getting away with it, was just my word against yours, fuck you. No, you're lying, I didn't say that. What do you mean? Nah, that didn't happen, bro. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hairbrain should 1000 be punished for experimenting on a human. I don't care. I don't know about that. What if like a waiver was signed or anything like that? Like, I feel like science, like rules and protocols, has been written in blood. There's a lot of fucking sacrifices that made to get to where we are, and a lot of risks. Like humans are still pretty fucking crazy, but we were even crazier back in the day. With just like, yo, let's just try it. You know, let's see what happens. like space flight is still kind of like that today, right? It's just, whatever. Like I'm sure there are tons and tons and tons of astronauts that would just be like, fuck it, let's just go to Mars, and they're like, yeah, whatever happens, they'll die of cancer, who gives a fuck? I just want to go. I want to be the first one to do it, you know. Like absolutely, there would be so many volunteers. And I don't think that institution would be guilty of a crime if they really, really want for it. It's not necessarily bad that they're not doing it though, but yeah. Okay, finish my tea, let's go. They should be though? I disagree, chatter, sorry.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. We just steal shit all the time. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards from the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. That's right, ketchup. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. He was eating french fries in the cemetery. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Oh, it's blood! Oh, okay. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, Sumari, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Tell me why? Why? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Was this worthy of an objection, Big V? Why didn't you just talk? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life, to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? What? It's Scythe, right? Right? That's... Yeah, it's Scythe, because they're in on it together.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe. So sometimes the games ask you to make really, really like difficult leaps, and other times it asks you to make something that's so blindingly obvious that you just kind of like, wait, hold on, why are you even asking me? Is there something I missed here? Well, whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? I don't know that word, but, you know, imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Wait, hold on. If... Okay, so all this happened with him going to the graveyard before Two Spells got there, so he was killed. Yeah, okay, that's it. Okay, sorry, I was a little confused. I was like, hold on, if this all happened and then he came and robbed, why did he need a lantern? It was already like the sun was rising. So this happened before Two Spells came to the cemetery. So she came after all this happened, after the gun. She didn't notice the gunshot wounds? I guess it was dark and she's only after the face. What about the mask though? How did she take the mask off? Was the mask not on there? Was it a different body? What's going on? Once a man descends to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection.
Maybe this is just Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. And if that were really true, counsel, the implications of the misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Uh-oh. It's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating on Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. How? Whoa! Lord Van Zeeks? Here in front of everyone? Yes. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Oh, you're forgiven. Goodness me, even I'm turned on. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? I don't fucking know. This is not my burden. Fuck you. I don't have to explain. I'm fucking Battler. Come in and tell him. Yeah, here we go. Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work on that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. I think we've kind of supported everything pretty well, though, so far, Big V. Are you sure? And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all. Or are you getting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no. There is the contract, that's very true. Yes, that's so true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. This has nothing to do with the government grant. I actually don't know what this is about. Assman, okay, I'm a little annoyed that yesterday it said that it wouldn't let me say that Assman was an accomplice, because he clearly is. Like, they know each other. Like, he's the reporter that did the interview, right? So they've known each other for a long time. Unless it's a different Assman, get fucked, Joe. Like, I don't know. Why are they doing this? Well, this is a murder trial. You can't actually be an accessory to your own murder. Sure you can. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Assman's life would have made no sense anyway. I actually don't know. I don't know why they did this. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman. But why? What was his motive then? Time is up, my learned friend. Why do it in such a crazy way that also requires you to blackmail the coroner via a specific wax model? And not show you my teleportation trick. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. We're playing charades? Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? The dodge? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. All right, who exactly was Mr. Assman to Drebber? Interviewer, interviewee. Oh my God, the connection. What does it mean? I don't know, but it's enough to continue the trial. There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Are we? 2. Yes, my lord. The evidence to establish the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Is it just because he's the one that published this that he couldn't be a scientist anymore and he had to do this bullshit? Is it just that? That's so boring if that's the case. Is it just that and the science award that he really did want to be a scientist? Okay, is it gonna ask me to present 2 at the same time, or is it gonna ask me to do like 1, then they're gonna talk about it, and then I need to make a supporting claim after it? I'm a lawyer, therefore everything that I do is important in here. Good point. Okay, exhibition in Crystal Tower. It's not that, I don't think. I don't know. Let's try the science one and see.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which cross-reference with the newspaper article, established the motive for the is it really just the that he lost his science thing? He turned him into a science bitch?
Take that!
I think it's fair to say that after your presentation of evidence, counsel, we have only half the story. That's right, my lord. Which is why I just presented another piece of evidence to complete it. This is wrong. Clearly, my learned friend only had half an education, and irony wasn't included on the syllabus. So let me put this whole word zero. So okay. So I'm sorry. What do you want me to do then? Do you just want me to like clearly you're trying to make me conclude? Hey, look, he's the one that did the interview. Is it just the signature?
Take that!
Oh, okay. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact, that proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. Okay, this is kind of stupid. So my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Fucking, it's just so much work in presenting. Just be like, yo, look at the signature on the fucking newspaper. Like, what? Where exactly the link between the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is the signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, quick, eat it. Giselle Brett bursts through the room, grabs the paper, starts chomping down. I was the only copy of that. What signature? As the court has heard, this illustration is drawn 10 years ago. Nothing we can do, all right. But the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. And let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. Okay, so he was the interviewer. Who gives a shit? What does that mean? In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odi Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir? Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. So 10 years later, I killed him. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave university as a result of that article. Man, Scythe and she spells must be super bored right now, but it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, then why did you kill him? Just for fun. Ah, so you did kill him? Oh, god damn it. Do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Adam's here? Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? Do you know how rare those are? They only give 100 out a year. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. Uh-oh. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. Starting to think that Scythe is going to entirely get away with this, all as a result of this one newspaper article. Says orders from the top. Yeah, there was some bullshit to do with the professor. She, it wasn't, malpractice. It was, some secret conspiracy, and she was coerced into this. So who cares? Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Slap on the wrist. I don't know what you realized. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. So you stole a wax model and then hid it in a balloon in order to make it so that it looked like a teleporter malfunction, but the teleporter still worked. Instead of just rigging that it exploded up top and blaming Hairbrain, but you also needed to make sure the wax model was a message to the coroner that you just hoped would be on duty and reported to it, which they were. And also, she was the first and only one to see the corpse and realize what she had to do, and then switch it and got the message, and then you switched it back, and just what? The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. That's my line. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. Which one? I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. All of it. That day. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. Hold on, if it is what happened, then how did everyone on the ground think that it was Assman in it? In the 0.2 seconds that they had to look up at the explosion and see the birdcage falling, they all would have clearly seen that the clothes and the mask was wrong and covering a face. There's no way that they would have fucking like mixed that up. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. A letter addressed to me. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Hello, Courtney Scythe. I want to play a game. Under this mask is the professor.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. What do you mean all the instructions were meticulously... What? I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the OPSI report as instructed. How? How did you do this by yourself? There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. Sure. I can only apologize now. All the instructions were at that. Fucking Alex Horn is there coordinating it all. All the instructions are on the task scythe. I fucking hate you, you know that? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Maybe he just teleported. Lamb my fucking O. No, what do you mean no? What? He planted bombs. What the... What? Order. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret. So I went along with his plan. Very well. After I read it, very well. I will go along with this and Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. My very large hands. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... Took you a while, Judge. At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court. The defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Don't even need the jury. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. And then Kazuma rips off the mask and says, I do, and launches into 2 hours of bullshit. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. What do you mean? Take the W? Take the W? Why did Dr. Sai suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? Yes. What the defense should be pushing for now is immediate adjudication. Obviously, if the judge gives his verdict now, Professor Hairbrain will be found not guilty without any doubt. Yeah. Is something troubling you, perhaps? Yes, but it's probably nothing. Did he actually do it? Did he actually stab him with the fucking screwdriver? It's fucking, like, after all this, it's like he was already fucking dead? Like, what? Yes, but it's probably nothing. In the oh, holy shit, did he really? Did he actually? Because then he gets to keep the research grant money all to himself after it works? That would be fucking hilarious. In the antechamber during the recess earlier, I did give Mr. Sholmes my word, though, didn't I? I told him I'd pursue any doubts I had about the truth to the absolute last. If you gave Mr. Sholmes your word, then it most certainly isn't nothing. How are you hearing that, Susie? And it means there's only one right answer here. Yes, you're right. I don't know why I was ever wavering.
Objection.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. Oh, I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? You already know, the truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Okay, Ryu, Sholmes thought a bomb was an anti-gravity machine and concluded that Kazuma was dead when he wasn't, and thought someone was eating soap. What else did he think? He did fucking, like, oh my god, no. To the bitter end, you understand. To shreds, you say, do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Always be pawning. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. You have never been more attractive to me. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drubber. Ha! In case this escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. Ugh. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further without another tedious cross-examination. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. Two Spells is just having a good time. If there is more to this case than is yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeek-san. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. I will go along with this. Everyone was calling her mommy, but she just does what she's told. Thank you, the Boulder, for 79 months. I'm doing an accent that is meant to be French, but is impossible to truly place. I'm Le French Henry. Fucking hell. How do you feel about killing George R. R. Martin in a couple months, Balder? Are you looking forward to that or no? Thank you, George Washing Machine, for the 56 months as well. Tonight on Quirrable News, what? The rumor come out? Does Barack Van Zeeks is gay? Thank you, George Washing Machine. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. What? I'm sorry, this is too far, even for Ace Attorney. I'm sorry. That's too far. There's no way. What? That's too ridiculous. What? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. Is it for me? Yes. That is too far. Like fucking like the bottle that Van Zeek threw over his head. This disbelief is fucking shattered. Okay, suspension is gone, man. It's too far. I can't believe I'm getting question marks. What? Okay, so I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Oh yeah? So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? Well, that's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Well, except for the policeman that we had to bribe when the forensic team went there. And also Gregson, because he was there too. And also Gregson's assistant, Lestrade, she had to know too. Also, Toby, the puppy, was also there at that point, but Lestrade hadn't found there. Oh, and also all the guards that were investigating security after someone was killed at the exhibition, they also knew. Also, Strongheart also knew about this too, and Strongheart reports to everyone and made sure everyone was keeping their mouth shut. The judge has known this whole time as well. Also, the Queen also received the report. The Queen knew too. But just those. Nobody else. Van Zeeks and just Van Zeeks and Naruhodo. You guys didn't know. Susie knew. Nobody else in Scotland knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Small mercies, yeah, okay. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. Has it? There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Yeah, I know. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? I know, it's so annoying. Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Nice line, Van Zeeks. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Actually, no one in here is going to say anything, just like the forensic team never said anything. We all agree, right? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, there you go. Done. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, where then was the victim's body. So the teleportation didn't work. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Isn't it like the most normal thing ever that a high-ranking official can force people below them to be complicit in a crime? No. Not when it comes to covering up a murder? No. I don't think so. But okay. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then. Maybe something that's kind of like, you know, no one died for it, like embezzlement or some financial crime. Then yeah, probably. But like covering up a fucking murder and staging like a whole entire thing when their whole job is to investigate murders, it goes against probably the code that everyone like is there for it. Like I don't think so, but it's fair enough. I don't want to argue it. It was quite obvious what happened when the victim what happened with the victim in the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, Sumari. You recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower in the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Two Spells. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Joe is so innocent sometimes. I really don't think so in this case, Chatter, but I really don't want to fight again after yesterday. This is absolutely ridiculous. I do not think this passes any amount of plausibility or smell test, even in the ridiculousness area that this series is. I honestly cannot believe anyone would think otherwise, but like I really don't want to argue. I've said my piece. Say whatever you want in chat now, and there we go. We're done. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. And they still fucked it up? I suppose you were focused on... Wait, what? So they took the cage out of the Crystal Tower and the cage out of the bottom of the fucking tower, mixed them up, and put them back in the wrong space. What do you fucking... I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being the more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Assman. Okay, how did it get back on top of the tower then? We did, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but we did find the screwdriver on top of the tower, right? It was around where the platform falls out, right? I think? Maybe they planted it there afterwards to make it look like Hairbrain did it, I guess? Okay. Primary evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Assman. Yeah, I guess it must have been. That's how it got there. Okay, that makes sense. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. This is a Danganronpa bit right now, holy shit. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest, accidentally killing him because I thought he was dead and he wasn't. How do you know? Well, the autopsy report says that he was killed by a screwdriver. My god, you're right. Then you noted that in your fake autopsy report. As a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was... the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. Do we think that it falling feet first could make him snap forward and break his neck? I think yes. Like people break their necks when they're in car crashes, don't they? Like they're in a seatbelt and they snap forward and they can break their neck, right? I think that's plausible that the fall, even though he fell feet first, that he could have broken his neck. My word. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Oh, was he actually not dead? Did she make a mistake? Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I want her to supplement her what I want her supplemental testimony with is the real cause of death. I don't know. Let's go to the top one first. I think this is one of those ones where you have to swatch it over to press on. The real cause of death being the fall from 30 feet. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. The actual cause of death was neck trauma. Assman suffered from the 30-foot fall. You're quite sure of that it was as a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Okay, that's rich coming from you. Yeah, assuming they can be, yeah, exactly, assuming they can be trusted, yeah. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Oh, really? Really, bro? Really, though? Really? This is what we're saying. Are you fucking stupid? Let's get back to this. Really? Oh, I'm mad. I'm actually mad. Very well, I will go along with the... I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to address the scene appropriately. The entire team? In perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I don't think so. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. Sure. You aid and abet murderer. You made and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk chivalry? We also go through 500 scalpels a month. Just, you know, for no reason. We throw them at the walls. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. And they all know the secret. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Really? Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yeah, dumbasses, I didn't think I'd get caught. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down. Dr. Scythe! Oh shit, you're here. Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew, I nearly froze under that cold... Oh, sorry, we nearly froze under that cold stare she said that. She said that. I do believe she's being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. Look at her! Look at her! Why this expression? What the fuck are you doing? How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways. I mean, yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Okay, so I definitely have to I have to present evidence to this one or the other version of it. So is there anything I could present against the actual cause of death was neck trauma, Assman suffered from a 30-foot fall? I don't know how I can. How can I possibly disagree with her? Something like you couldn't have put your hand in? There's no blood on here? Would it have bled through? Okay, let's switch it back over and see what she says to the other one.
Hold it!
Fragments of evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Assman. Okay, why can't I skip? So we went your team to where that's right. Yes. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death in an autopsy report. Is the cage broken and can't be opened up? The real cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Side to change the supplementary testimony she gave before. What should I ask her to do with the statement she added? Have her change it. Okay, let's have her change it. Yeah, okay. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the topple cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Assman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. The stuff of the terrors is just inappropriate. So the victim's body would lay in the top of the cage and push you over the chest. Okay, so I don't know what to do. Fuck. I have no idea. Would it still bleed that much? With after I think yes, right? Like he wasn't dead for that long. Oh, hold on. How long have you been dead for? I think he would still bleed, right? Is it that the door couldn't open? Should there be like blood somewhere on this thing? Oh, there's no blood on the seatbelt thing. Is that just a mistake? Can this door open?
Objection.
No? It's not? That last statement would see the odds of the evidence. Really? But this, but... But there's... But there's no blood on it.
Objection.
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Side, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. Okay, I think it's because there's no blood on it, and I just had to do the photograph instead of the cage. But what if that's not the case, and I've got the right one, but I don't have the right reason? Shit. We now know the facts, but now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness statement? I'm gonna go with saving it because I'm a little bitch. 1 second. I'm just a little guy. I don't know that. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Okay. What else could it be? His glasses didn't come off. I think it's the blood on the buckle. I'm going with that because that's why I picked the photograph. Let's see.
Take that.
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. And why is that significant, Counsel? Yeah, the blood dripped. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. The victim was stabbed moments before if the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, this music is amazing. What the fuck? Is this the first time we've heard this track? The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it have formed in the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Okay, are you guys just protecting Harebrain because the machine actually works? Well, you see, I did have this whole elaborate plan in order to kill Assman for ruining my life, but then the unthinkable happened. The machine actually fucking worked, but now I have set in motion a murder, and now he's gonna go down for it, so I don't know what to fucking do. I knew it, I was right. Yes, you see, I was also called in. It's fucking miraculous, the technology we could have at our disposal now in Great Britain. Instant teleportation, it had to be protected. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. In fact, it was the other way around. You coerced him to help you! But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Oh yeah, which one? Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. What? If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Side's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of testimony? Like the stabbing of the victim, obviously, right? That's what we just proved is wrong. The autopsy. I don't know how she was coerced. How she was coerced. It's fucking the amount of saving that we've been doing. It's like we're back in fucking Yeek. Aren't all of these wrong? How she was coerced. It's got to be that one. Dr. Scythe, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all, because otherwise we'd have blood on it and you wouldn't be able to read it. What? What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. Humph, I ate it. That's as may be. So why don't you present it to the court if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest. I'm not owned at all. Counsel, did I remind you that it was you yourself who established a coercion? Ah, I'm afraid that little cry is insufficient recompense for such a blunder. Oh, that was wrong? I shall have to penalize you. Feeling vexed, my Nipponese friend? Come over here, I'll vex you some more. Very. But there's no question the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie. Okay, the stabbing of the victim. But we just kind of, the answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. Yeah, we just went over that. Why do you want me to say it again? But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. Objection! That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. Oh! When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. He survives. No one can die in this fucking story. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. He just tanked it like a Chad. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Assman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Grr. Ah! Order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Okay, so is the lack of the blood on the cage straps, is that just a mistake, or is this the other cage and I have them confused? Because this is the cage that fell down the bottom, right? And he was placed in it? Is it just a mistake? It's a mistake? Okay. I thought that every detail mattered, though. Is this going to come back up later? I don't think there was that much blood. It was probably a mistake. the blood is visible in this photograph. This is the same cage, isn't it? Or is this the other cage? This is what I mean. Like, look how much blood is on it there. Also, this wouldn't have killed him, right? Oh no, hold on. Yeah, it would have, right in the heart. Yeah, it would have killed him. Sorry. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection.
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Sure. Ha, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. Just like the victim. Wow, what do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman? Because you just got blackmailed. You have to go through with it, right? Yeah. Assman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Side there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. Okay, but the blood dripped. If the blood dripped, you must acquit. What the fuck are you talking about? True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. What and like make all of her underlings work at fucking like fabricating the scene go to waste? Of course she had to do. I feel like I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason, no reason, is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. Did it? What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. I feel another save coming on. Saving. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Oh, he was the one that was delivering all the scalpels. That's who you're buying all your scalpels. He was just, you owed him a bunch of money for your scalpels, and you were getting out of paying him. Holy shit. The scalpel fucking Baron of London. Always be scalping. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Seed would have wanted to kill Mr. Adman. Scalpel! Yeah. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord. Dr. Wait, is that actually it? you come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. How do we balance this budget? What are they fucking, the underworld's knives? Is there with so many fucking stabbings? What the fuck are you talking about? How is it the scalpels? 500 scalpels a month. At first, I wonder what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. Me too, bro. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Oh, it's... Assman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money for the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Follow the money. 10 years ago, when Mr. Assman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sai's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Okay. All right. So it was premeditated even before this. Then there was no note. Okay. So why the hot air balloon? Man, they're evil. Just getting harebrained to take the fall. Her darkest secret. Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Assman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. Stabbed through the heart. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. And careful, Mr. Drebber. Okay, so that gets a response, but threatening the hot French blonde. Sorry, it's just threatening 2 spells, does it? Okay, I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. Not even blonde. What do you mean she's not? She's blonde. Is she not blonde? She's blonde. She has pink hair? No? This is blonde. What are you talking about? It's the same color Bitorici? It's way more blonde than Bitorici. I will definitely agree that there is a hint of red in her hair. Maybe that mixed in with the blonde is making it look a little pinky on some screens, some monitors. The ribbon around her hat, behind the star, looks way more pink to me than her hair. But like this is blonde. What are you talking about? I mean, just look at Gina. Yeah, blonde. Also blonde. Blonde. I don't. Is white hair count? I guess platinum blonde. I don't know. Like maybe. Yeah, blonde, 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 blonde. 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 She's blonde. Iris has pink hair. Yeah, for sure. 57% of people in chat say blonde in the poll. That is a lot lower than I expected, but still the majority. Okay. She's definitely a dirty blonde. We're talking about her hair color, though. You meant that was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Assman's article had deprived of you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Assman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago, if your account of those events was true, it was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing a future career he might have had. Okay, I'm a little confused about something. If Scythe was in on it from the beginning or wasn't coerced after the fact, why did the wax model have to be of the professor? Just for the poetry of it, or? She wasn't in on it? Didn't we just establish that she wasn't coerced at all? Maybe we need to find more information about exactly when it was that she was brought in on it. Okay, let's find out. Even if that meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Assman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. I'm fine with that as a coincidence. It's been a long time has passed. I'm also fine with him like not plotting murder, but when the opportunity to murder him came along, he's still angry and resentful years later. That's fine too. I don't have any problems with this. He happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. Alright, shut the fuck up. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Where did they go? Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. He had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. We didn't start the fire. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed.
She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes? Oh, we don't have a coroner in London now? She's the only one? Yeah, there's no autopsy report next trial. It's going to be playing on hard mode. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sort of details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Always be pawning. I've been, I mean, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. Did you ever want him to do you so much you would do anything? I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor Sun. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. But I'm still gonna do it. But I'm gonna invent teleportation for the right reasons. And it just so happened that while I was walking to the court, I found a new apprentice that's gonna help me. This fucking lot of heart in a hood. Oh yeah, we're sure we're gonna get along famously, and I know that you're gonna succeed. Winks into the camera. And the worst of it is, in the process, it cause others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. We have all the time in the world, Professor. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. Everyone here in court thought you really had invented teleportation. Don't forget that. It's true. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeek's son. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Van Zeeks, he wasn't in the courtroom for that. He didn't. What he did? I was not even here to hear that. An absolute imbecile, a foolish fool. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to ride another for such choices. Really? Okay, so you're gonna change your tune with us over here on our side of the courtroom? Oh no, I'm not talking about Nipponese people, just people like me. Huh, what people are those? Oh. Thank you, Barack. Oh yeah, they're friends! Okay, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. Okay, I'm glad that someone on the jury wasn't intimately involved with the case this time. They had some information, but it wasn't like, oh, here we go, they're gonna go on the stand now or anything like that. That was good. None for me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Confetti court. Woo! Confetti court. Woo, woo, woo. It's our last confetti court. It's the last one. We're never going to see the confetti again. All done. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. 24th October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? This is the best place to end the stream, trust me. It's funny, it doesn't say Errol next to your name. Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo. Mrs. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Ah, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, is Harebrained gonna get killed by the Reaper? I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis in my great machine lies in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Oh, he's dead for sure. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if my new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Ooh. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? And we'll find out after the break.
bump, 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 bump. Is the music slowing down for anyone else who's just my stream? Sometimes the stream will do that and will distort the music a little bit, depending on how things are buffering and the like. Thank you, Gabbles27 for the resub right now. Thank you very much. Finally got Prime. Take my free money with the Saku gasp. Jumping up and down. Thank you very much, Gabbles. Bum 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 bum. Okay, we'll go for another hour at. Okay, I will go a little bit over an hour if it means it's a better stopping point, but I will also end at any minute if there's a good stopping point that shows up, you know, in 10 minutes or so. Because these streams, again, I usually like to stream for about 5 hours, but reading streams are very difficult. So I'm already pretty tired. So we'll see when there's a good stopping point. The good stopping point doesn't necessarily mean when we find a loading screen. If we want to like dip our toes into the next scene, that's fine too. We'll see. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? Is he here to protect Hairbrain from the Reaper? Barack. Well, the Reaper's scythe is in jail now, so there's no way that the Reaper can kill anyone again. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. I know, it was so hot. You're one of the few true friends I have. Really? I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense. Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you have my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Barack. Barack? What about the Great Exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barack. Not for me. Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsumi was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Okay, what about Lestrade then? Is Lestrade because she's a kid, or because she's now part of the police force, or what? Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? It knows no bounds. Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now. Are they gonna kill Gina? But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent. Oh, that's why... Yeah, that's why Greg wants to go. Greg might have said that, actually, and I just forgot. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions, and the truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. That's true, yeah. Okay, I'm glad they addressed that. Maybe if it was a rightful innocent verdict, it's fine. Barack? Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was that your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes, I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Getting a little hot in here, huh? It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. I'll set up the table. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of it. Is Van Zeeks gonna die? For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Barack Von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. "24th October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." Oh, okay. Alright, fuck, okay. I was worried there. That was a weird interaction. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. At least, I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh, we're just addressing it. Okay. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? This is a very interesting scene. The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint, my brother, was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. Justices in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. 3. So, Mikotoba, the judge, and someone else. So you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. So the professor is one of the three visiting students, and it's kind of an inversal of what happened with Giselle Brett, that they didn't want there to be an international incident, that they had like tried and executed someone from Japan, and they also didn't want the public to know that someone from Japan did it, otherwise there would be like tensions between them. So it's an inversion of that maybe, or what? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese, because if not, then it's got to be like royalty. Like it's got to be. I can't think of how else why it could have to be a secret if it's not that. Even that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Maybe I have to hear the reasoning. It could make sense. I don't know. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? That would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Ben Starr?
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Looks kind of familiar. Looks kind of like a younger version of Susato's dad, but maybe I'm just being racist.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Where have we seen it? Is it your dad? Akechi?
Father.
What? Father? Kazuma!
Wait, it's Kazuma?
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me,
Ryunosuke.
hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Oh. Did your dad kill people in the UK with a sword? Uh-oh.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it.
I'm not buying it. I think Kazuma's dad took the fall frames. I'm not buying it.
But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Do we get a British sword now? Because that would be nice. I would like that
I've
imagery.
made it at last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
You know it's a model, right?
Kazuma-sama.
How did two spells get the mask off to get the face print?
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said.
Oh, we don't
Before he
get
turned and left us there in the courtroom.
we don't get a replacement sword. Okay. He you didn't go with him? Oh, okay. So he's a living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. I feel like I say his name wrong every single time, and they just said it a bunch of times, and I still can't stop saying Kazuma. Kazuma. Kazuma? Kazuma. Kazuma is fine? I thought I was saying Kazuma before, and then chat told me it's Kazuma. Is it Kazuma? Maybe I got it mixed up. Kazuma. 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 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why didn't he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, and when he was suffering amnesia too?
The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Huh. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Suzato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. Oh, holy shit! So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Finny? She's blonde. I don't give a shit what anyone says. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Vaughn? Thank you, Numinatus, for the 19 months with the great aces are attorneying with a cute dancing emote. I've never seen that one before. Thank you much for the 19 months, Numinatus. Hope you're well. All right, let's see the beginning of the next part, and then we'll probably stop stream. The Great Departed Soul. Before we get into that, let's make chat mad. I think that this episode was incredibly entertaining. It had probably the best investigation section of all of them. However, the mystery, I'm sorry, it's way too convoluted and unbelievable to me. So like I'm still gonna enjoy it and remember it fondly because it was very entertaining. It was a good time. Like going through the motions and everything was really, really fun. But I don't remember, like I think the best cases in the first 3 games, usually they also made enough sense to me. Like I was happy with it. I did have some problems with it, don't get me wrong. But this was way too far in the wacky bullshit territory for me, sorry. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy it and you can think it's a great mystery. Go for it. Like disagree with me all you want. But like for me, it was a bridge too far, and it has dampened my enjoyment of the case a bit. Like not like the whole that's trashing like that. I still really enjoyed it. I think it was great. But I think it could have been like absolutely fantastic standout writing in the medium if the mystery wasn't it's kind of stupid, okay? It's just too far. I don't know. I will say this, that there are parts of this I still don't really understand. I'm kind of murky on exactly when Scythe got in on it. I'm kind of murky exactly why she did what she did, but mostly it's to do with like the plan is insane. And I don't think the plan needed to be that insane, and the justification for it being insane seems to me to be like, oh, they just wanted something that's wacky and entertaining and outlandish, and that worked. It was really, really fun.
But I think that the best stories can manage to do that would be to be outlandish and be crazy and also make sense and pass the smell test. And this did not pass the smell test for me. Sorry. I would say that it's possible that I would be okay with the wax model being that one that was specifically stolen as a message and all that. Like maybe that can make sense, but her commandeering the whole entire forensic team to fabricate a whole entire crime scene is like we're in fucking like Narnia at that point. Like that is so far out of the realm of like possible plausible even for this world. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't go there. Like I just can't. Like that it's just too crazy. But yeah, if you agree with it, then that's fine. If you think that it's fine, then enjoy. Yeah, don't let me spoil it for you. But yeah, I can't follow. But I still really liked it. It's really enjoyable. Probably. Is it the best case of Grace's Training 1 and 2 so far? Definitely in terms of entertaining and all the back and forth and everything like that. It wins a lot of points for making the investigation actually a good time. I really enjoyed the investigation part. That was good. I think the implication is relatively small team. I get what you're saying. Glad I enjoyed it. I would say if it was a relatively small team and the team knew the secret that they were guarding, maybe, but the secret is meant to be so big time that now it's like, okay, then now it becomes another problem is like, how does the whole entire forensic team know about it then? Right? Like now we have a different problem that is also quite large. Like this is meant to be like so fucking like important. We're willing to like fabricate a whole thing for it. But you know, everyone that's on the investigation team, they can know about it, and presumably a bunch of cops too, because it's not like there wouldn't be guards around when they're doing this shit. Like yeah, it's not just about them going along with it. It's also like the logistics of what they did is just like wow, what the fuck. It's just too far for me. Sorry. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see what happens in the intro of this one.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement.
It's a lot of red hair.
A hellhound
Sorry, blonde hair.
galloped through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, he said the line. Eight days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory. Kazuma. I can't keep track of which one's right. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh. 1st of November at 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. This looks nice. You said it right. Which time? Professor Utoma is due to arrive at any moment. Yay! Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Suzetta-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-san, his father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? Well, didn't the professor use a dog? Wasn't that what they said? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. That's so true. Couldn't think of it, didn't you say? That Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well. Why did Sholmes go along with it? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and he's regaining his memory now. Ah, there she is. Okay, so the judge just knows how to dress. Damn. Holy shit. Oh, father. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London. You know, the news has crossed the seas. It has. I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with your steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. Also, excuse me, I'm off duty. In that case, how about a little reminder, Sashiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Ah. Oh, you're... Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha. Good, you remember now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Sashiro? Sashiro. What are you talking about, Yujin? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Judge Jigoku. You must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Sashiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here in the study tour. Oh, was it really? Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes now, Naruhodo. I would make the joke all the time if I was a judge. It's a good thing I'm not a judge. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved in with 8 days ago. What happened 10 years ago, that tragedy. Yes. Can you tell us any more about it? Okay, actually this is a pretty good place to stop. We have control of it, the conversation is going to start, we can get into this tomorrow. So unless people tell me that there's a better stopping point 10 minutes from now, we're going to stop here. Thank you, Some Cafe. Quero Some Cafe. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Thank you very much for the 5-month resub. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike93RFM for the 18 months. Hello, Joe. Thank you for the quality content so far. I would like to recommend you try Wu Chang Fallen Feathers as a solid and nice Souls-like combat with best exploration made by non-From devs. Don't worry about censored story in latest patches. Perhaps only Chinese players could explain why Dev Studio is closed. I've heard of that game. It's been brought up a couple times. I can't remember if Wee Bill's played that one. Yeah, we'll get to it eventually, I think. I'd like to play a bunch of Souls-likes. Got a hankering for it. And thank you to Zorgox for some bits as well. With since you don't drive, what's the last time you've been to a gas station bathroom? Oh, it's been years and years and years and years. So long. Judge Jikoku, you have to stop. Your drip is too tough. Your swag too different. Your gavel too bad. They'll kill you, Jikoku. Anyway, pin message. Jojo, I need you to listen to me very carefully. For your raid target, Lurf is live, but it's actually Koru streaming on their channel. Yes, that Koru. They're streaming Danganronpa V3 love hotel scenes with a terrible microphone. I'm not joking about any part of this. All right, we're not raiding there then. Who are we going to be raiding? Damn, Joe's hatred for Koru is it's mutual is what it is. RT is a good... Is RT rating? Oh, sorry, is RT streaming? Yeah? Alright, let's go RT. See you, Bella. Thank you for watching, everybody. Tomorrow is Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. I don't know if we have enough fan art for tomorrow, but if we do, we'll do fan art, and then we'll hopefully get to the trial at least in episode 4. I might do an extra stream next week, maybe on Monday, in order to get this done next week. I do not want it to roll over to next week, so without too many spoilers, I would like to know at some point, maybe next week or maybe tomorrow, how much extra time I'm gonna have to do, because I can't really do extra hours in these streams because I'm gonna die. So we'll see. If I do have to go to the week after, no matter what, then I guess that's it. That's all she wrote, but we'll see. Will you stream on Saturday? Yeah, I think Walrus and I are doing Over Tempest 2 on Saturday, and I'll stream before that, yeah. Anyway, pushing right through. Say hi to RT Game for me. He just rated us a couple days ago, I think. Yeah. What if we should play Grand Theft Auto before Grand Theft Auto 6? Seems like it's really coming out this year. Anyway, so chat. See you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. And thank you to anyone who stuck around or is watching on that. See you later. Do, do, do.